Welcome everybody, and we are together today for the round 2 of the ERC Championship on Paddock TV in live. We are now in the qualifying session until 56 minutes, sorry. The session starts at 4 p.m. and there is a 1 hour session qualification that starts 4 minutes ago. Welcome everybody. If you are joining us in live now, I hope that can participate during the live with the live chat. And for the drivers, if they want, they can come for some interview in the TeamSpeak server offered by the organization. I call back the background of this championship. We are so in the ERC championship organized by IEE and ASRC, and this championship is composed of two categories. There is the prototype category and second one composed of the GT3 cars. There is 3 brands in the GT3 cars. There is the BMW, there is Mercedes and McLaren. And Audi, sorry, and Audi, not McLaren, are still available, but for the moment, if I'm right, there is no cars with McLaren car, so there is only 3 brand on track today. And for the moment, the leading car in the prototype category is the Oak Racing HPD with Sasha Berger, 2 minutes and 3 seconds, and Jason Marichal for the Endless Simracing realized 2 minutes and 0.3 second, 0.3 tenths after the leading car. And for this race, for the moment, there is 37 cars on the track, and maybe you recognize the track. We are at Spa Francorchamps in Belgium with the long pit lane. The entry of the pit lane is after the stop. And the exit was after the Rédillon de l'Eau Rouge. So there is a very long pit lane, more than 2 minutes. there is some change. So in this qualifying session, the Odox Motorsport with José Pleguezuelos Langua realized the best lap for the moment with 2 minutes and 2 seconds, 0.8. 2 teams after there is the Oak Racing HPD, and in the third place in P2 class we have the Endless Simracing with Jason Maréchal. In fourth it's the car number 22 with the Sociedad Racing with 2 minutes and 3 seconds, 0.5, and the GTTempel Racing with Fabian Jungler is in fifth, just in front of the GCL Simracing number 2 with Guillaume Kempfer. The fucking fast team sport with Martin Voss is in the 7th place, and in the 8th position it's the Infinity Sim Sports. Between the car number 17 and the car number 5 that are in position number 1 and 5, there is less than 1 second in these two cars, because the GTTempel Racing is in 2 minutes and 3 seconds, 27. And after we are over the second behind the cars, because the GCL Simracing 2 realized the best lap in 2 minutes and 4 seconds, dot 121 thousandths. The fucking fast is in 4.7, and the Infinity Sim Sport, who is actually in the 8th place, is in 2 minutes and 5 seconds. The NHK Racing with Niklas Helm realize the best time. Niklas within le rouge. So maybe you have seen that we are in night session, and it's planned that today all the race will occur by night. So maybe it could be more difficult for you to identify the car, and for me too. But we have some information sent by the game, so we'll try to add it as much as it's possible for you to have a clear view of what happened in the track. So this qualifying session is for 1 hour. During this 1 hour, all the car will race to establish the starting grid, and after at 5 p.m. We will start for the race, a 6-hour race, so by night, and during which one some crash here for in prototype. So the car will race during 6 hours by night. So Spa Francorchamps is a very difficult track. There is a lot of space outside the track. You can clearly take some risk to try to improve this lap, or to try to come back on the car just in front of you. But the race director and the game are very strict concerning track limit. So here it's very easy to have a penalty for a cut in the track, and by night this track will be, I think, very, very difficult. Drivers have to be very concentrated on what they are doing, and they will have no time to think of the thing during all the race. In the GT3 class, we will check what happened. The first one is the car driven by Juan Lopez. Where is it? Lopez. this one. It's the car number 9 in 15th position. The best lap was realized by Juan Lopez. So, and for the GT3 class, sorry, it's the 2 minutes and 17 seconds. .0. They are in front of Endurance Racing GT3. The Audi of the team. In third position in GT3 class, it's the Beat Speed Endurance with Daniele Noventa. It's still an Audi, and the Vendaval is in Audi too, I think. Check it. Yes, for the moment, Audi is leading the GT3 class. They have 3 cars in the 3rd place in this qualifying section. And after we will find the slow racing with Daniel Tomczyk in Audi 2. So we will check the first other car an Audi. It's the Mercedes for the Black Adair Motorsport by John M. King. The Black Adair number 66. The best lap for this car is in 2 minutes and 18 seconds. It's approximately 1 second behind the leader in the class. The best time I go by that, it's 2 and 17.0. Here we are in 2 and 18.1. And we are in the 5th place of the GT3 category. After we find an Audi with the Odox Motorsport GT3 with Santiago Nizza Ferrer. So you can find the result of the ranking in the Facebook group of the ERC. All the information are stored in the Facebook group. Search ERC on it and you will find the different global ranking. I would like to find it, but I couldn't connect to it due to my broadcasting, so my network is busy and I couldn't try to keep the file. Unfortunately, I don't think to keep it before to start, so if you would like to have the detail of all the global ranking, you have to check it on ERC. After the Odox Motorsport, it's Busters Racing Team with Marco Belfiore, an Audi too. A lot of Audi in the championship. In GT3 class, the 8th car, it's the Infinity Simsport number 3. Drive by David Waldock. And the best lap is in 2.18.3. There are 4 cars in less than 2 teams because the Black Adair, the Odox Motorsport, the Buster Racing Team and the Infinity Simsport are all between 2.1 and 2.3. After, it's the Low Polar Moment Racing with Vasvari Mate. Actually in the pit lane, Simon Esch for the GTTempel Racing 2. Currently in top 10 in the category. sponsor of GTTempel. It's the Viking Motorsport.de with Boris Schalke. After we can find the sliding shot Simracing, and in the 13th position we have the Gas Monkey Australia Racing with Jeffrey Price for the moment. It's Ernie Ludwig for the Club Canada and Ty McWhirter for the Broad Motorsport are in 28 and 29 position in the global ranking, and it's the top 15 for the GTT class. So for the moment we have 20 cars in the GT3 class and 17 in the prototype. As you can see, there is a race control, so there is 37 cars in the track and we have 19 GT3. The car number 36 is the race control. And Johan Lespinas in the GCL Simracing number 1. Try to realize the first lap for the car number 120 and a spin at La Source. Nice figures. And Johan Lespinas take the position number 15, the last one in the prototype class for the moment. 2.8.7, but we remember that it's been at La Source, so we will try to improve it. At 3.9. Best lap is in 2.2. It's 1.7.5 slower and some margin, but here in the radio they have the GTTempel Mercedes. Vortex realized the best lap for the Geko Vortex Simracing. The car win the first race of the championship. Hi Darren. And we are in the middle of this qualifying session, and Vortex confirmed the best lap with a 2 minute and 1 second point 9. It's the only car under the 2 minutes and 2 seconds. The Odox Motorsport with Jose Pleguenzuelos. They stop the car and they come back on track. On the GT3 category, it's still the Vendaval Simracing white in a Mercedes. Oof, and they hurt the wall. Normally it's the end of the qualification. But there is an escape touch and we can come back on track after such contact. Soren Kolzei. and it's a contact for with the car number 7 with Niklas Domino for the BSR number 7. The BSR number 7 is in the 14th position in the global ranking and in the category. The best lap of the car number 7 is 2 minutes and 6 seconds 4. Odox Simracing in the box. Daniele Noventa for the Beat Speed Enduros come out from the pit lane. and you can see the car number 18 that is coming back on track with Jess Kaplan actually in his first lap after it's spit out, and we are with Michael Blake, the teammate of Jess Kaplan. Hello Michael.
Hi, how you doing?
Just a few seconds, I will modify the sound to hear you clearly. Nobody else, it's okay?
Hi, how are you?
Yes, it's okay. Thank you, I'm fine. And you, how are you?
Yes, I'm good, thanks. We haven't quite got the speed we were hoping for, but we feel the race setup is very stable. We should be looking to move forward. Qualifying is not going to be where we wanted, but we'll just have to take our time and work our way up.
Have you a specific setting for this qualifying session, and especially for the night, or is it the same setup as you can use with the daylight?
We found our daylight setups that we've used in the past really wouldn't work in the practice sessions. So we've worked pretty hard. We think we've got all the bugs out of it, but still the last left-hander before the bus stop chicane, that's still pretty scary. We can't get that quite right.
Yes, we said at the beginning of the broadcast that this track is, even if when we race in the day, the track is still complicated because we can go out of the track very easily, and by night it would be very complicated to see clearly the track and the limit. Maybe we can make some more mistakes, and you can see that Jess Kaplan crashed at the outside of the radio on the road. So it's yes, clearly it's very difficult for you to adapt to this specific condition.
Yes, one of the main reasons we're finding it a little difficult is some of the slower right-hand corners. It's almost impossible to see the apex, especially if there's a car behind you, because of the extra light in your mirrors and coming around the sides of the car. It sort of dazzles the main part of the track, and you can't see the apex very clearly. So that's going to be quite difficult for everybody. And as you said, it's so easy to get two wheels off the track. It's really hard.
So I suppose the main target for you and your teammate will be at the beginning to be very careful and to try to stay on track, maybe in the middle or at the end of the back of the car, and to try to win some position, maybe in the second part of the race, and to have a first part more secure.
Yeah, we're just going to sort of, because we're not going to have a very good starting position, we know that, we're going to just sort of let the track rubber up and come to us, and hopefully a few people might drop out with accidents. We're just going to try and keep it on track, not take too many risks.
Okay, what will be the strategy concerning the relay during the race? You will switch at each pit stop, or one driver will start, who will race during the first part of the race, and in the middle approximately you will switch from the second one?
We're going to leave that pretty fluid. We're not entirely sure how we're going to go about it yet, because Jesse is the faster one of the two of us. I am the more consistent. I can't quite hit the ultimate lap speed like he can, but I can hit the same lap time every lap. So if we need to really push, we'll keep Jesse in the car. for longer. If we don't really need to push, I'll probably run the car for longer, as Jesse's not overly comfortable with the car at the moment. We may sort of say one thing to begin with, and we may end up changing that depending on how we're running once the race settles out a bit. It's still up in the air at the moment.
Okay. Okay, so thank you, Michael, for this interview. I'm trying to open my document to speak maybe more about your team and the background of the team, but my computer is maybe more slower than a car in the pit lane, so maybe you could speak about the ASRC team, to present it if you want.
Okay, cool. Well, I'd just like to say that the ASRC was set up to provide close fun racing for drivers of all levels. If you check out our website, www.asrconline.com, we'll have a list of the races that we're currently organising, as well as obviously this championship that we're so grateful that Martin and Morton from iRacing Endurance Events wanted to team up with us to help put this on. It's been a lot of work, but also a lot of fun. I want to thank everybody for taking part in this and making it the great championship that it's turning out to be. Silverstone was a good race. We had a few issues, but we've made a few adjustments and changes to the way everything's run to try and improve that and make it as good as we can for everybody. And lastly, I'd like to really thank you, Conrad, and Paddock TV for broadcasting this. You guys do a fantastic job, and we're excited about working with you in the future.
Thank you for the feedback. We hope that what we are sharing and what we are proposing enjoy most of the driver. But thank you for the feedback.
Alright, thank you, and I'll try and catch up with you a little bit later on. I've got to jump back in the car now.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye. So we have to wait few seconds. Temperature is very slow. I'm trying to change it, but it seems it's maybe more longer than I would like to suppose. So we'll continue maybe one lap or two with the ASRC before to switch to another car. Maybe could be better. Yes. Sorry for the delay. Maybe we can come back at the top of the prototype class. Some of the cars are in the pit lane. The first car on track is the NKH Racing with Niklas Helm. Niklas is actually in fourth place with the best lap in 2 minutes and 2 seconds for 7, and the best time for this qualifying session was realized by Gabor Metz for the Geko Vortex, and it's 2.01 minute, 2 minutes and 1 second. The only driver under the 2 minutes and 2 seconds for one lap. Guillaume Kempfer and Johan Lespinas for the GCL car. Both cars are in position 5 and 6. Number 666 is in 5th, and 129 is in the 6th place, and they are now going outside the pit lane. On board with Johan Lespinas. As you can see, Johan go outside the track limit. The view is not pretty clear, and with this night, it's not very easy for the driver. And in GT3 there is some change with the car number 611, the Endurance G Racing GT3 with Sweren Kolodzej. The driver realized the fastest lap in the GT3 class with the best lap in 2 minutes and 16 seconds and 16th. It's 14th, just in front of Juan Lopez for the Vendaval Simracing White, and in the third position it's still the Blackadder Motorsport. We are in the last minute of the qualifying session. Vendaval Simracing still in the second place in the GT3 class. Audi maybe will take the pole position in GT3. In the prototype, it's Denis Garies who take place in the Geko Vortex car. But they are still leading the prototype category. Maybe a quick overview of the starting grid at 20 seconds of the end of this session. The Geko Vortex Simracing and the Odox Motorsport will be in the first row. For the row number 2, it's the GTTempel and the AKH Racing. In third row is row 100% GCL Simracing with Simracing 2 in front of Team Racing 1. In the fourth row it's the Oak Simracing HPD, and behind it's the Endless Simracing HPD with Julien Riboulot. The row number 5 is for the SOSAD Racing and the Infinity Simsport 1. Infinity Simsport 2 and Revolution Racing are in the row 6. Row 7 it's the Fucking Fast Racing and the ASRC 11. Row 8 the 3 Yards Racing 133 and the BSR number 7. And on the row 9 it's the last car of the prototype category with the ASRC 173. On the GT3 class, GT3 class, the pole position for the moment is for the Audi number 611. The car number 611 realized the fast lap in 2 minutes 16 seconds point 6, and they are in front of the Vendaval Simracing. The second row in GT3 is for the Blackadder Motorsport and the Odox Motorsport. The slowracing.com and BitSpeed Endurance are in the row number 3. The fourth row is for the Buster Racing Team Car and the Oak Sim Racing WEC. Infinity Sim Sport 3 are in the row number 5 with the Viking Motorsport.de. The Sliding Shoot Sim Racing and Low Polar are in position 11 and 12. And after we can find the GTTempel Racing 2, the Gas Monkey Australian Racing, the Brawl Autosport, the TT Motorsport, the Thiard Racing 335, the Club Canada, the Elite Racing Association, we have after Simon, Roder Oben, Tim Phillips, Bramchart. There is the ASRC 21 after, and the race control who don't take part in the race, but they are connected as a driver. So it's the end of the qualifying session, and we will come back in few seconds for the starting grid. And all the cars are taking place in the grid, and we are now at few seconds of the race start. we call back that the start of the race is not at the F1 start line, it's at the endurance start line, so it's after the corner of La Source. You can see some drivers at the top, and it's the green flag. The Vendaval Simracing take the lead in the GT category. The Endurance Simracing lose 5 place, number 611. Oh, but the car in the middle of the pack. Gabormex will cross the line for the first time in this race at the first place. Who will lead the first lap of the race? And the Geko Vortex lead. The first lap. And the GT3 arrive in the last corner, and the Vendaval take the lead in the GT3 category for the first lap behind. Endurance Simracing. We are now okay with the overlay. The Vendaval Simracing is leading the GT3 class in front of the Blackadder Motorsport. In third, it's Alan Rosick for the slowracing.com, and the car number 611, who was leading the category at the start of the race, lose 9 position, and now Søren Kolodze are in 11th place in the class. On the prototype, the NKH Racing with Niklas Helm lead. No, don't. He's in third. Revolution Racing keep 2 position. It's the same for the BSR number 7. And it's the ASRC 171 with Philippe Bro. May have some trouble. This prototype is actually in the position number 36. And there is sorry, there is a BMW in the race. We have found the BMW engaged by the ASRC number 21. Tim Phillips drive the car for the start of the race. We remember the start of Joan Lespinas at Silverstone. They start at the end of the grid, and after only sim sound is not there. Okay, tell me if the sound is better now. So the Johan Lespinas start from the end of the starting grid after some lappy comeback on the behind the last prototype car, and after 1 hour he is not so far from the top 10 of the category. And oh, maybe a mistake here for Fabian Junglou. Oh, Guillaume Kempfer. What happened for Guillaume Kempfer? Guillaume is in the pit lane. Yes. GCL number 2 in the pit lane. What happened for the car? So after 15 minutes in the race, we have still the Geko Vortex Simracing leading the race in front of the Odox Motorsport. Between the two first car there is 3 seconds and 2 tenths just behind. There is the NKH Racing, and as you can see the leader are in the middle of the GT3 class, and now they have to manage the traffic. It's not an easy task to do, but they have to do them during now more than 5 hours, and we know that only the first lap are very clear during the race for the leading category, but now they have to manage the traffic. On the first broadcast that we have made on Podium TV for the ERC Championship, it was 1 month ago. It was at Silverstone, and on 46 car on the starting grid, we found 41 car on the under the checkered flag. So we have seen a very nice race, even though there is some contact during the race. They always have some contact, but personally I have found that the race was quite clear, and drivers in the main case are very careful, take some carefully about the slower car on the track. And we come back to the race with the car number 73, the GTTempel Racing with Fabian Jungbluth lose 5 positions till the beginning of the race, and in front of it's Sam Rosamond. Sam Rosamond tried to come back in the car in front of him, but I think in front of him it's the car number Revolution Racing have its first alert here with the Audi number 30. It's Marco Belfiore for the Busters Racing team. Jason Marshall for the car number 707 for the Endless Team Racing is in 6th position. In front of him there is the Oak Sim Racing HPD with Sasha Berger, car number 122. The car is in top 5 in the prototype. The GT3 category. So I know that actually you can't see the ranking of each car in its own category, so I know there is it's a problem clearly that I have some feedback regularly, but I'm working on a new overlay. I have progress on it, I have finished the first part of the work that consists to reproduce what I have today, but with the new format, and now I have to integrate the new one, so especially the overlay with the category. I have to create not to create because the module are still created, but I have to implement the module in the overlay, so the ranking with the class will be introduced soon, I hope for the next round. So the Vendaval Simracing is in 17th place in the overall, but they are leading the GT3 category. They have less than approximately 1 second. They are 1 second ahead the Blackadder Motorsport. Maybe we can do a lap on board with the Blackadder driver Tommy van der Gooch. Sorry for the name pronunciation, maybe I do some mistake. And the fucking fast car take one position. Fucking fast is in the middle of the GT3 car. They are in the 17th place in the prototype, but they are in the 21 position, in the 21st position in the global ranking. It's Giorgio Caridi who is driving the car. to the Blackadder in second position of the GT3 car. Allen, oh, the fucking fast. There is another car just behind. I don't know. It's the ASRC prototype. 3 wide. The ASRC number 173. They are in the 16th place and fucking fast overtake the Blackadder. It's normal. It's not the same class. Guillaume Kempfer in the pit lane. What happened for Guillaume Kempfer? Whoop, the Odox Simracing 2. Which one is it? Sasha Berger, where is it? Sasha Berger in the pit lane. We have the 3 prototype in the who goes from the pit lane. There is the GCL Simracing 2, there is the fucking fast Sim Sport, and the Odox Simracing. And the NKH Motorsport. Where is the Odox Motorsport? Yes. So you discover what could see a driver when he was driving the car. Here, exactly, with this position. It's the Canadian Mercedes. I think it's the... which one is it? Allez. So now these two cars have approximately 8 seconds. Yeah, 8 seconds in front of the third of the prototype class. It's Johan Lespinas in third for the GCL Simracing, the NKH Simracing. It's here. NKH Simracing and GCL Simracing are in position 3 and 4, and there is only 14th in the between the two cars. And with the GT3 cars on track, maybe it's an opportunity. And yes, the NKH Racing overtakes the GCL car, and they are keeping the third position one lap after losing the third position. Nice work here from Niklas Helm. On GT3, the Blackadder is still in second position behind the Vendaval Simracing, and the slow racing. The Vendaval Simracing, I think, was not registered in the first round of the championship. They arrived here at Spa, but we have still seen this team in some event that we broadcast on Paddock TV. If I'm right, we have seen this team, maybe with not the same driver, but we have seen this team in the 24 hours of Nordschleife, and during this race we broadcasted the split number 3, and there is a Niki team, if I'm right, that was registering on the car. I don't remember who was the other, but the Niki team was racing, and it's a member of the Vendaval. So here you can see the Vendaval Simracing white. So there is different car registered and many drivers. So there is maybe the white, black, blue, red, yellow, purple. I don't know exactly, but here we have the white version of the Vendaval Simracing, and they are leading the category GT3, and there is 2 Mercedes in the top of the category. The Audi of the slowracing.com with Alain Rosic in third, and they are in front of the Odox Motorsport. If my memory is good, the Odox Motorsport win the first round of this championship, and Fukin Fast take another position. The ASRC number 18 is in the pit lane. They are in the pit lane from now 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and in the box from 1 minute and 28, 29, 20, 30 seconds. And after 30 minutes, Gabor Mex take 4 seconds to the Odox Motorsport. And KH Racing is at less than 10 seconds, 9.8 exactly, and now 10 seconds. The best lap for the moment is for Gabor Mex with 2 minutes and 3 seconds, 0.2 teens. The last lap was realized in 2 minutes and 5. Whoop! 2 position lost for the car. It's the Infinity Sim Sport number 2 for Morten Veltz. What happened? Where is the car? In the pit lane, okay. They are in the pit lane, so the Sociad Racing with Jimmy Bigham at Blanchimont, and they arrive at the bus stop. So I was speaking about the ranking of the race after 30 minutes. I was saying that Odox Motorsport was separated from the leader by 4 seconds with the traffic that can vary very quickly from one lap to the other. Now there is only 2.9, 3.1. There is an elastic between the car, and the NKH Racing was separated with 10 seconds. Now it's only 9.2. The GCL Simracing with Johan Lespinas, sorry, is late, and there is 12 seconds point 4 between the leader and the GCL Simracing number 1. Behind Jason Maréchal for the Endless Sim Racing in the 5th position is a 24 seconds behind the leader, and the GTTempel Racing one with Fabien Jungbluth is 32 seconds behind the leader and 8 seconds behind the Endless Sim Racing. In the 7th place, it's the Revolution Racing with 2 seconds late on GTTempel Racing, and 5 seconds behind it's the So Sad Racing. Infinity Sim Sport number 2 still in the pit lane. They are now at the 11th position. Simon Esch for the GTTempel Racing in the top 5 of the digital class. Behind it's the Buster Racing with Marco Belfior. Infinity Sim Sport number 3 with Chris Taylor Jr. And the Sliding Shoot Simracing with John Mainley will take the Infinity Sim Sport Audi. So we can notice that there is some car that they retire after 45 minutes of the racing. The first team to retire the car is the Gas Monkey Australian Racing with Jeffrey Price. Jeffrey Price completed only 3 laps and he parked the car on the box. It seems for the car number 97 there is a problem with the it's a technical problem. If I've seen the good information, the ASRC number 21 with Tim Phillips, maybe the only BMW on the track here. The BMW is in the pit lane for the moment. They are in the pit lane for 32 minutes. Torsten Kimpertz. The car is in the pit lane. Philippe Bréau for the ASRC number 173, the ASRC car in the prototype class. It's the same, the car is in the pit lane, and the last car running in the race and still on track for the moment is this one. The Infinity Simsport. This car. Oh no, there is the. No, it's this one. Yes, there is the modern Velts. Scandinavian team. But they are very far, and there is some teams in front of them with the GT3 car, the Viking Motorsport.de. The car seems that they have hurt the wall in the left front, the right front, sorry, of the car. There is a contact. Ramschart for the BMW. Oh no, there is a second BMW here, the Elite Racing Association. We still have a BMW on the car, on the track. And this one, for the moment, is in the 30 position. The Blackadder car, who is in second place in category. We'll take it for a new lap. Eric Kulaga for the Trey Arts Racing 335 on Mercedes. It's the position number 29 in the general, but it's the 15th place in the GT3. Ross Goodcare for the Canada Club, or the Club Canada. Maybe it's better in this sense. The Club Canada Mercedes. In 47, the TT Motorsport with Thomas Svelberg Larsen, 27, 13th place in GT3. The Brawl Autosport for Ty Mac Ritter And Revolution Racing here, see Sam Rosamond in the pit lane. We have seen it. We have seen them in the bottom of the screen. And the leading car. And the leader is in the pit lane. The leader is in the pit lane. The first car are in the pit lane. Number 2, number 3, number 4. Number 5, 2, Jason Marshall enter to the pit lane. GTTempel Racing number 1, 2. We have the 6th first car in the pit lane at the same time, so maybe the same strategy for the 6th first car. The first 8 car in the pit lane. The Sociad Racing and the Infinity Sim Sport enter to the pit lane. Oh, the Triad number 133, 2. And the NKH Motorsport lose 5 seconds in the pit lane, and now they are in third. They lose the second place in the pit lane and on the first stop. They lose 5 seconds to maybe repair the car. For the leader, the pit time is 43.2, 42.3 for Jonathan Smith. For the NKH Racing, the Odox Motorsport take 47.3, and we have seen the NKH Motorsport have a driver swap at the same time. For all the other team, it's still the same driver in the car. Gabo Mex, José Pleguenzuelos, Longa, Johan Lespinas, Julien Riboulot, Fabien Youngsblue, Ross Bigrave, We have to wait the first lap after the exit of the pit to check the time of driver, if they have found their the feeling with the car, and if they have the same time with an old setup and new one, and all the tires and a lot of fuel compared to the end of the last run. And we are at after the green flag, and 1 hour after the green flag. Geko Vortex still lead the race. They have 10 seconds. They are 10 seconds ahead of the team NKH Racing, who take the second place to the Odox Motorsport in the pit lane during the pit. In the fourth place, it's Johan Lespinas in fourth place, and just behind there is Julien Riboulot for the Endless Simracing. Julien Riboulot has a 13 second, is 13 seconds late on Johan Lespinas, but it's 41 seconds late on the leader of the race. In sixth position, it's Fabian Jungbluth for the GTTempel Racing. In 7, it's the Revolution Racing with Ross Bigrave. And in 8th position, in the Sociedad Racing with Lars Brace Jespersen. In the 9th position, it's the Infinity Simsport with Liebenker, and they have a 27 seconds late on the next car. Next means so on the previous car, and they have 29 second margin compared to the car in position number 10. Anders Toftensen, position number 10. Tryhard Racing is in 11, and they are the first car at 1 lap behind the leader. After we have the fucking fast Simsport, Guillaume Kempfer with the GCL Sim Racing 2. They have some trouble because they go through the pit lane more than the other cars. They have two pit box. ASRC number 11 in the 14th place, just in front of Alain Rosic, the slowracingcars.com, who lead the GT category because we can find Juan Lopez in the pit lane. The Mercedes number 9 is the first one of the GT3 car in the pit lane at after 1 hour and 3 minutes. Buster Racing are no, it's Flying Shoot Racing, but there is the Infinity Sim Sports behind. And in GT3 we will wait maybe some lap to know the global ranking, because with the pit they will have some change, I think. de retour. I'm back. Hello, if you join us on Paddock TV now, we are in the 6th hour of Spa Francorchamps for the ERC Championship 2016 Season 1. It's the round 2, and we are 1 hour and a half after the green flag here, a race who will occur in by night. 100% of the race will be by night. Riz asked about the onboard camera number 132. Maybe it's the 23, no? Maybe. Welcome if you join us, were said. And after 1 hour and a half of the race, we still have the Geko Motorsport, Geko Vortex leading the race with Gabormex in the car. They have 14 seconds ahead. Odox Motorsport, they keep the second place. They were losing it during the pit stop at lap number 26, and the NKH Racing go to the third place. They are 12 seconds late on the team Odox Motorsport. Behind you can see Johan Lespinas with the GCL Simracing number 1. Johan Lespinas take the start of the race, and now is in France with the Endless Simracing 17 seconds behind. With the Endless Simracing, Fabian Jungluth was in 6th position, and for this car, I will check, but if I'm right, yes, they lose 3 positions from the start of the race. So maybe they have a very nice setup in the qualification. And now for us, they are maybe in a different strategy to maybe more regular, even if it's to be maybe slower than they can. In position number 7, it's the Revolution Racing with Rose Gray Big Grave. They are 6 seconds late on Fabian Junglos, and they are 36 seconds ahead of the Sosad Racing. Sosad Racing with Lars Brezo Jespersen in the car. Liebenker for the Infinity Simsport number 1 for the 9th position. They are finishing their lap number 42 now. Anders Hansen for the BSR 7. It's the top 10 for the prototype class, in front of the Tryhards Racing and the GCL Sim Racing 2 with Gabe Kempfer in the car. The Fugin Fast Sim Sport, sorry, with Morten Stiergaard Falsen is in front of Michael Blake in the ASRC number 118. And we find the first car of the GT3 class. The car go to the pit approximately 20 minutes ago, and now they've finished the pit stop strategy, and we can find here the first GT3 car, the Mercedes driven by Matti K. De Soja, the Vendaval Sim Racing, right? They have 28 seconds ahead the Slow Racing and Alain Rosic. The Slow Racing is just in front of the Blackadder Motorsport, and as you can see here, there is the leader, the Vortex Simracing, that overtake the car number 458. The slow racing, so in third, we are after with John M. King, with the Blackadder Motorsport. John M. King is in position, is in fourth position. He's just in front of, it's not Michael Blake. Michael Blake's in the pit stop. It's just in front of the Infinity Simsport number 2. It's the prototype, but they have some trouble at the beginning of the race, and now... Oh, the Odox Motorsport. The Odox Motorsport go out of the pit. They are now 7 in class, 21 in global ranking, 22 maybe. During the pit stop of the Odox Motorsport, so we stop here with the Infinity. Marco Belfiore with the Busters Racing Team, and the Orange Audi is now in the 18th place, and it's the 4th position in the category, just in front of this car, the GTTempel Racing 2, number 808, and it's 5th in the category. The split between the car, very important information, we haven't speak about it. The car number 9, the leader, have 29 seconds Alan Rosick. But Alan Rosick is just in front of John M. King for the team Blackadder, because there is only 1.5 seconds between the two cars. Morten Veld is 7.4 behind, but it's a prototype, so we can say it doesn't count. Marco Belfiore have 36 seconds late, but just behind there is the GTTempel, so there is only 2.7 seconds and 9 seconds 3 behind. We find the Oak Simracing WEC with Mario Rake in the 20th position. It's the position 6 in the class. They have 17 seconds, yes, sorry, 17 seconds, and Ben Glade for the Slying Shoot Simracing, and Santiago Nizza-Ferrer with the Odox Motorsport GT3 was now so in 22. Daniele Noventa with the Audi Beat Speed Endurance. Oh, there is some trouble for this Audi. You can see the rear ring that is damaged. The Infinity Sim Sport 3, the GT3 car, registered by this team. Is driven by David Waldock, and now they are in the 24th place. It's the 10th place of the category. David Waldock here with the last lap in 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Thomas Turok with the low polar moment racing. And there is a leading car in the GT3 class just in front of him. Thomas Solberg with the TT Motorsport is in position number 26, and it's the 12th position for the GT3 class. And behind there is the Brawl Autosport. And in position 28 for the 14th place in the GT3 class, it's the Try Hard Racing with no, I missed the Club Canada, and after there is the Try Hard Racing. Not a lot of pace between the two cars. Only 29, only 4.5 seconds. Only Michael Black is in the box with the car number 18. We interviewed Michael during the first part of the race. Maybe you hear it, and he said it's very difficult to see the way to focus during the race with the obscurity. It's not an easy track, especially by night. Sasha Berger with the Hawk Simracing HPD, the new car I think engaged here by Hawk Simracing. And they were very performant during the qualification, but it seems there is some trouble here for the car number 122 with Sasha Berger in the Acura HPD. And Stefan Rucker with the Viking Motorsport.de is the last car on track that can run. No, I said something wrong, because there is the BMW number 29, but it seems this BMW have some damage, and you can see in the front of the car they hit the wall. Maybe the car is very damaged. So that's the status after 1 hour and a half here at Spa for the one number 2 of ERC. And now we will focus especially in one car. There is Riz on the chat, and who were watching us in live, asked to have a special focus on this car. It's about the car number 124. This car is actually in the 6th position of the class. It's a GT3, it's an Audi, and the driver is Mario Rich. Mario Rich for the Hawk Simracing WEC. And we will discover the track by night with Mario. what could we speak about what could we tell about the Simracing week? Maybe. Simracing. Yes. So about the Simracing, my Rich was in the car till the beginning of the race. He's in its 46th lap. Maybe I will keep an eye on the leader at the same time, because I think they will may pit in a few minutes. So the Simracing, the best lap was realized in the lap number 3 with 2 minutes and 19 seconds .1. Sometimes they reach this time 2 minutes and 19, but the main part of the lap was realized and is realized in 2 minutes and 20, sometimes 21. It depends on the traffic, I think, but it's a regular car in 2 minutes and 20. They win 6th position till the beginning of the race, so I think it's a nice race start for us. They are 5 seconds, not 7 behind the car in front of them. It's the GTTempel Racing 2, the Mercedes AMG. Maybe some damage in the front left of the car. And maybe that's the main information on this team. So for the moment, I think a nice race, and we will keep an eye on this one. And as we say, the leader is in the pit lane, and there is how many cars there is? No. I think I have a filter. No. Yes, the Geko Vortex Simracing and the Odox Motorsport are in the pit lane. The NKH2 and the GCL Simracing and the Vortex Simracing team go out. And Gabor is still in the car. And there is a driver change in the car number 70 for the Odox Motorsport, because now it's Ricardo Ignacio. Ricardo was a copy of the Senna's helmet. It's still Niklas Helm in the car number 73 for the NKH Racing. Jawad Karoni take place in the GCL Simracing 1. Johan Lespinas lead the car. Jason Maréchal is still in the car number 707. And the GTTempel Racing, it's still Alex Sturm. Lee Bunker for the Infinity Sim Sport and the Revolution Racing, Sam Rosamond are in the pit lane too. Sam Rosamond. And it seems there is some trouble for the Revolution Racing ERC because there is no hood, front hood in the car. They lost their front wings, and maybe so for the Acura number 303 they may spend more time than they can plan in the pit. Bad news for the car number 33, that is actually in the 8th position. And for the driver in Infinity Sim Sport, it's a driver swap with Darren Vero Wright. And some flash with the car just behind the Infinity Sim Sport 2 with who is the driver? I don't remember. And warning for the Darren for the car number 96, Infinity Sim Sport 1, who missed to hit the wall. It's not so far that they can may crash the car. It's a new driver in the car, and the tires are cold, or not at the optimum temperature range. And by night, the driver have to take the feeling of the track and the car, because the track there is I think some modification from the start of the race, because with the marbles and the tire, the grip increase in the track on the layout. And best lap for the car number 133 was improve Darren Mackenzie for the try hard 133. Realized in the last lap the lap in 2 minutes and 6 seconds. That one. It's the best lap of the car, 0.6 and 131. And there is a driver swap in the car number 660 GCL Simracing 2. Brice Michelon take place in the car. And the two cars of the GCL Simracing team are at the same place in the track. Some flashlight between the two cars to say hello, it's me. Brice Michelon. And Jason Maréchal. Jason Maréchal is in the 5th position for the Endless Sim Racing. Just behind him, now in live, 3.8 seconds. There is Alex Sturm for the GTTempel Racing. And Darren Mackenzie for the Try Hard Racing. 133, 2.5 seconds and 959 thousandths. Best lap for the car number 120 and 33. Best lap for the Try Hard Racing 133 in prototype class. They are now at the 11th place. The gap between the car in front of them is 34 seconds. It's the fucking fast Simsport. We go back on the GTTempel Racing. They are playing flashlight. And the GTTempel Racing lose approximately 2 seconds in the traffic. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And the fucking fast Simsport in the pit lane. Behind the fucking fast it's Brice Michon. And it just arrived in the Formula 1 pit lane. Formula 1 long straight. In front of the new pit lane. And at La Source. Now you go out. Where is... oh, it's Martin Vos. Sorry. It's Martin Vos who will take place in the car, but you can see the GCL car overtake and keep the position number 11 in the prototype class and in the general. And Martin, come back on track. We come back on the GT3 category. There is a lot of movement here because in third now it's the Beat Speed. No, it's the Buster Racing team with Marco Belfiore. The orange Audi. Whoa. The slow racing overtake the Vendaval. Sorry, wrong manipulation for me. We will, yes, on the bus stop. And we go back in live. Some information about the car 131 de Viking Motorsport.de. Stefan Rucker is in the car. Some trouble for this car, it seems, because there is more pit stop that they need normally. Stefan Rucker is in the car now until lap number 27, and as you can see there is a lot of traffic for him. Traffic jam at Spa. Here it's the GTTempel Mercedes number 35, I think. 35. And the NKH Racing team is in the pit lane for the pit stop. And Jawad Kironi takes the third place. And at this moment, Jawad Kironi is the fastest driver on track. 2.6, 2 minutes and 6 seconds, 5 for Gabor Mex, the leader. 2 minutes and 7 seconds, 8 for Ricardo Inacio in Odox Motorsport, and Jawad Kironi in third. It's in 2 minutes and 3 seconds, 9. He take to the 2 cars in front of him between 3 and 4 seconds on the last lap. We will monitor during the next lap if it's the same. We can check it on the previous one, maybe, that it's sure. Oh yeah. Oh yes, yes, yes. Jawad Kironi ran in 2 minutes and 3 seconds versus 2 minutes and 5. And maybe 2 minutes and 6 for the two drivers in front of him, so he comes back with 2 seconds per laps in the car in front of him. So clearly Jawad Kironi do the job now. And 204.8 for the Vortex Simracing with Gabor Mex. Maybe the answer to Jawad. Between the two cars there is nearly than 1 minute between the first and the third car, but Jawad is now at 16 seconds of Ricardo Inacio from Odox Motorsport. 2 minutes and 4 seconds, that's 1/17th keep from Vortex to Simracing, and it's a bad lap for the Odox Motorsport because the last lap was realized in 2 minutes and 10 seconds. They lose 6 seconds in the last lap. During this time, Darren Mackenzie takes the 9th place to the Infinity Simsport 1 and Lee Bunker. Jawad Kironi in the outside. Whoa! Be careful. Inside. No. Mercedes was not in good health. Jawad. Do a really nice job. The fucking fast Simsport overtake the GCL Simracing 2 for the place number 11. Maybe the GCL is in the pit stop. No. So I think in this lap Jawad will lose some time because he has a lot of traffic. 2.10, 2.9, 2.4, 2.9, 2.9. Yes. Compared to the leading car, it's similar, but compared to the car in position number 2, I think they are faster than them, and they can come back. They have only 16 seconds late. Jason Marshall in force for the Endless Sim Racing. 31 seconds behind the GCL team. And the GTTempel Racing number 1 is in 5th. In the GT3, it's still the Vendable Sim Racing who lead the race in front of the slowracing.com with Daniel Tomsik. And Mario Reich is just behind the Mercedes of the GTTempel. Maybe we'll try to overtake him. The Infinity Sim Sport number 1 is in the pit lane. And the GCL Sim Racing 2 is Briche Michelon. Take the 11th place to Infinity Sim Sport due to pit stop time. And now the first GT3 car is in position number 13. Juan Lopez still in the car in front of Daniel Tomczyk and Matthias Magnussen for the Blackadder Motorsport. And in front of them, behind them, sorry, there is the Buster Racing Team. Whoop! Simracing Team try to pass. They pass before the Rédillon de l'Eau Rouge, but the Mercedes will be in better place to try to pass at the breaking point in the turn named Les Combes. The Endless Sim Racing. And Mario win 14th in the last lap, so they are in a quickest rhythm compared to the car behind them, so it's normal that they go ahead of the GTTempel Racing number 2, Simon Esch. And just maybe some information concerning the weather in the race. Actually, so it's the night, okay? But the track is at 20 degrees, the sky and the air is in 18 degrees. We have some wind from southwest, and there is approximately 12 kilometers wind. The wind is from south or east-south. It will depend. And just before the middle of the race, the Vortex Simracing team make his driver swap. Denis Garez is now in the car. He takes the place in the car at the lap number 80, and for its first lap, it's a lap in 2 minutes and 8 seconds. The NKH Racing with Niklas Helm is still in second place, and in third it's between the Odox Motorsport and the GCL Simracing. There is only 1 second between the GCL Simracing of Jawad Kirani and the Odox Motorsport. Jawad Kirani realized the last lap in 6.5. It's 7.8 for the Odox Motorsport. So normally it seems that Ricardo Ignacio may be overtaken by Jawad Kirani, maybe in this lap or in the next one. It will depend on the traffics. And Jawad Kirani try to overtake by the outside. It seems to be difficult here, even if it's a prototype. There is a prototype 2 in front of him. And with the draft here, oh, it seems difficult. Odox Motorsport is trying to keep this position, but it will be very difficult. We have seen that Jawad is clearly faster than the Odox Motorsport, and he tried to perturbate the driver in front of him. Oh, yes, it seems not so bad. In the long straight after the Rédillon de Rouge, maybe it could be the good place to overtake. and Jawad is now in third. Huh? He takes the place. In the GT3 there is still a strong battle between the GTTempel and the Simracing. Behind there is the Odox Motorsport. There is a nice one, a nice battle here for the place. I think it's for the 4th place in GT3. Yes, 4th, 5, 6. The Vendaval Simracing is still leading in front of the Slow Racing Busters Racing team with Hugo Federico Bagnasco. There is a driver swap in the orange Audi, and the Hawk Simracing is now in the pit lane. And GTTempel Racing 2 is now in 4th position. They win 14 position till the starting of the race. The Hawk Simracing, even if it's in the 6th place in GT3, they win 7 position compared to their position in starting grid. And there is some prototype in the pit lane. Oh, the driver Javier Estela who missed the braking. No, he don't miss the braking. There is a prototype just behind, and he takes some margin to allow to the other car to overtake him without any contact. So, no, it's not a mistake from the driver. And the GTTempel Racing, who take... What happened? They take the 3rd place? Yes, the GTTempel Racing take the 3rd place to the Buster Racing team. Hugo Federico Bagnasco realized the last lap in 2:21, the GTTempel in 2:20. And maybe, oh, they try to keep the position. Oh, here in the GT, it's a huge battle. Here, there is the battle for the 3rd place in GT3. During this time, the Beat Speed Endurance take the 17th place. The fucking fast team sport with Gregorio Caridi is in the pit lane. They are in the pit lane till a quarter of an hour. So it seems there is some problem for the fucking fast team sport. And we are now, after the half race, we are at 3 hours and 8 minutes of race time, and we are still the Geko Vortex Simracing who lead the race in front of the NKH Racing. There is 35 seconds between the two cars. Behind the NKH there is the GCL Simracing. Between these two cars there is 30 seconds approximately. The GCL Simracing may take the 2nd place in few times because the NKH Racing is in the 22nd lap of the stint, and they will move, I think, to the stand to change to refuel the car, maybe some change the tire, I don't know exactly, but they will move in few seconds, I think. And the GTTempel Mercedes lose 2 positions. Here the 2 Audi was fastest than the Mercedes. So in 4th place it's the Odox Motorsport. Odox Motorsport have 12 seconds late compared to the car in front of them, and they have one more pound. They have 33, no, 20, 29 seconds. They are 29 seconds in front of the Endless Sim Racing. In 6th, the GTTempel Racing. GTTempel Racing are registering cars in GT3. We are on board GT3 GTTempel Racing in GT3 category, and there is a prototype in the same of the same team, and it's Alex Turm in the car. They are in 6th position. The Sosad Racing in 7th place. They are in front of Anders Hansen from the BSR, and they have 1 minute and 20 seconds. But in 1 second behind Anders Hansen, there is Alfred Shepard from the Tryhard Racing and the Infinity Sim Sport 1 with Liebenker. For the top 10, in 11th place, it's Brice Michelon for the GCL Sim Racing number 2, car number 666. And after, we can find the first GT3 car. The first GT3 car is the Vendaval Sim Racing White, with Juan Lopez in the car. Juan Lopez is in the car till the beginning of the race, so it's now 3 hours and 10 minutes that is driving the car. The second car is the Slow Racing with Daniel Tomczyk. The car Daniel Tomczyk, the car is 1 minute and 53 seconds behind, and here you have the leader in the prototype category. And there is a crash for the SimSport 1. What happened? We have to see it. Clearly. What happened for him? Oof. It's a big crash for the Sim Racing Infinity Sim Sport 1. He tried to overtake with one wheel in the grass, and the car hit the wall. It's very impressive. Honestly, normally the car is completely down. Normally. So the Vendaval Sim Racing and is in the pit lane. The leader in GT3 category is in the pit lane. Maybe they will realize the driver swap or not. I'm not in live. Mistake from my side. Leading car in the box. 1 minute in the pit stop. In less than 5 seconds they will have to move normally. Yes. 1.15 for the pit stop. So the slowracing.com take the lead in the GT3 category with Daniel Tomczyk. Daniel Tomczyk have 7.7 seconds ahead the Vendaval race Simracing, but Daniel Tomczyk have to go in pit. So virtually the Vendaval Simracing is virtually slow racing is the leader, but really the leader of the GT3 class is the Vendaval Simracing. In third, it's the Buster Racing team. There is a very impressive battle for the third place between the Mercedes and the two Audi in front of it. The position for the third place in GT3 is completely open. We have 3 cars in less than 2 seconds. And the Italian team going to the pit. It's the same for the Mercedes. Driver swap for the GTTempel Racing. Michael Bechun is in the car, and it's the same, I think, for the Italian team. The BMW ASRC is still on track with Tim Phillips inside the car. Tim Phillips win the BMW number 21. Here we have the Mercedes of the Flying Shoot Sim Racing with Dave Jensen. Dave Jensen in the pit lane, and the Blackadder Motorsport Mercedes take the 5th place in GT3 class, just behind the Beat Speed Endurance. The Beat Speed Endurance with the Mercedes and Mario Reich. Oh, the Italian team go out of the pit. It's the same for the GTTempel. And the Vendaval Simracing take the first place in GT3 after whoop, 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 whoop. We can see a lot of flashlight from the LMP2 to be sure that all the cars think that they are coming. And there is no driver swap in the Buster Racing team. It's still Hugo Federico Bagnasco. Michael Bezouche is in the GTTempel. GTTempel actually on your screen in the left side behind the prototype and the leading car in the GT track class. Oh, the prototype, the BSR team number 7. Have to visit outside the track to be sure to don't have a contact with the leader in the GT3 car. We come back to the global ranking with the Geko Vortex Simracing still leading the race. They lead during 99% of the race. We complete actually 96 laps during this race. They lead 95 laps of the race. Only the car number 73, the NKH team lead one lap, maybe during the first pit stop. It's the only other car to lead the global ranking. In GT3 category there is some difference. There is a very strong battle between the Vendaval Simracing, the Slow Racing and the Blackadder. The Blackadder I think have lead the race too, so it's very interesting. We start with 37 cars on track. Now, after more than 3 hours of race, we have lose only. Yes, I would like to say only because we have lose 7 cars, and I think it's a very nice performance. To be honest, Spa, I like this track. It's a very huge track, but it's very difficult, and on this one, if you make a mistake, you drive very fast in the different turns, and when you made a mistake in the Raidillon de l'Eau Rouge, for example, at Pouhon, at Blanchimont, the damage are often very important in the car. So it's not allowed to make a mistake, and by night this track I think is very difficult. So clearly I think here it's a very nice performance for all the drivers still in the car. So in the prototype class, Jawad Karoni is still in the second place. There is not the same strategy in the prototype, because the NKH Racing is not in the same rhythm concerning the pit stop. All the team in prototype in the top 10, no, in the top 8 are between the lap number 18 or 22 for the stint, and the NKH Racing are in lap 4. So clearly that means the NKH Racing is more aggressive on their strategy. They still realize one pit stop in addition to the rest of the team, and compared to the other team it could be maybe a good one solution. But if you compare to the GCL Simracing one with Jawad Caroni and Johan Lespinas. Today they are the fast driver on track, and on the last lap they just realized 2 minutes and 3 seconds. 8. The best lap of the car is in 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Dot. So we have still the Geko Vortex Simracing with Denis Garezovolo in the car. Second position is for the GCL Simracing 1 with Jawad Kerani inside the car. A really nice race here for Jawad. Third, Ricardo Ignacio for the Odox Motorsport LMP2. The Odox Motorsport is clearly a strong team of this championship, as the GCL Simracing and the Geko Vortex. Odox Motorsport registered 2 cars in this in the ERC Championship, one in GT and one in prototype, and both cars at Silverstone were on the podium. Here, for the moment, it seems to take the same direction. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Where will break the Mercedes? It's the black Cadre one, I think, yes. So clearly, the Odox Motorsports, I think, is one of the main team of the championship. We have to keep an eye on these drivers because they are often on the podium for the moment, and it's only the second run. So before to make some quick conclusion, we have to continue to follow all the race and all the driver, but for the moment, maybe it's one of the favorite team for the next round of the championship. The Endless Simracing and NKH are in 4th and 5th position. These two teams are clearly 2 regular teams. They don't have, I think, the top speed on with them, but they are very regular. They don't do some mistakes, so they are very regular, and they are always or not so far from the top 5. So clearly, we have to count on this team for the championship, because if a top team of the championship may have some trouble in 1 or 2 rounds, clearly this team have the chance to keep a very nice place, even if in the podium, but maybe for the victory too. GTTempel Racing 1 and Sosad Racing are in 6th and 7th in this race. They are separated. Oh, pop, pop, pop. There is a team in the... Oh, Jimmy Bigham! Driver swap for the Sosad Racing. So they are at... I don't have the time between the 2 cars, but... they are separated by approximately 20 or 30 seconds, I think. 8, it's the BSR number 7, and in 9, it's the Try Hard Racing number 103. The G... Whoop, and the Odox Motorsport in the pit lane. The Odox Motorsport in the pit lane for the LMP2 car. And the Endless Sim Racing take the 3rd place. 3rd place for the Endless Sim Racing. Sosad Racing still in the pit, so the BSR number 7 take the 7th place. I'm not sure that the strategy for the NKH Motorsport is the most efficient strategy. I'm not sure, clearly. To complete the top 10, the GCL Simracing 2 with Brice Michelon in the car actually. Brice Michelon realized the last lap in 2 minutes and 9 seconds point 3. The best lap is approximately 5 seconds faster than this. They have some trouble at the beginning of the race. I don't know exactly what happened on the car number 660, but the 666 have some trouble, and they are now at 4 laps of the leader, and in the same lap of them there is the Infinity Sim Sport 1 that hit the wall a few laps ago. 12 for the global ranking, and first in the GT3 class, it's the Mercedes AMG GT3 registered by Vendaval Sim Racing White. Juan Lopez is in the car, and it's for him a very nice race too, because for their first race in the championship. They lead the GT3 category. Just behind them, be careful, because there is some very strong team. For example, the Blackadder Motorsport. Clearly today we have to keep an eye on the Blackadder team because they have, I think I will check. I think they have a problem during the race because at the beginning of them they were on the top of the grid. No, it's with the pit strategy. No, it's not the same. It's not the good one. I did some mistakes. Yes. What happened? 22, 24. They are clearly regularly between 220 and 221. In 290 and 291, sometimes there is a 222 or 223. It will depend of the traffics. The best lap is in 222 to 18 and 0. So for the Blackadder, clearly they are in a nice position. In third, it's the Odox Simracing with Mario Rage in the car. Same for us. Don't have some problem. And in fourth, it's the Odox Motorsport GT3. The Odox Motorsport GT3 have realized a very good result in the previous race. So the top 5 is clearly an high level because on top 5 it's a slowracing.com and this team was in the podium too. So it's a very intensive race here at Spa. Some flash for the prototype. In the 6th position, it's the Buster Racing team, and in 7, the GTTempel Racing. For the battle between the place number 3 and number 7, clearly all is open. Why? Because 3, 14. Because between Mario Rage and the Beat Speed Endurance, it's between the place 3 and 8 in GT3. All these cars are in the same lap. We have more than 2 hours of race, so it's clear that it may have lot of change between now and the end of the race. After we have the fucking fast, they are still in the pit. Fucking fast. No, they are not in the pit. They are now on track, but they lose a lot of position. The fucking fast. Flying Shoot is 9 in GT3, and after there is Infinity Sim Sport number 3, and that's the top 10 for the GT3 category. So that's the ranking at 2 hours and 16 minutes before the end of the race. 12 and 11 there is 3 hard racing, so 335 and Club Canada. After we find Infinity Sim Sport 2 in GT3 and no in prototypes, and Viking Motorsport.de. The last car who is running is the ISRC BMW number 21 with Tim Philip in the car. GCL Simracing number 2, actually tinned. And we are now at 4 hours and 4 minutes after the green flag, and it's still the same for the leading category, the prototype 2. Geko Vortex is in front of NKH Racing and GCL Simracing. It will depend on the pit strategy. Clearly, the Odox and the NKH Racing and the GCL are always changing position because they are not in the same strategy. So it will change until the end of the race. On the GT category, it's the Vendaval Simracing. Fucking fast, it's a prototype. And in second position, it's the Oak Racing. Nice performance for the Oak Race Simracing driver. They are now in second position in front of Odox Motorsport. Blackadder is now in 7th. They are not in the same strategy. Clearly. And the Oak Simracing is in the pit lane. In GT3, Vendaval is still leading in front of Odox Motorsport and Buster Racing Team. Slow Racing is 4th, GTTempel is 5, Beat Speed Endurance 6, and Blackadder 7. Oak is now 5. 8, sorry. Oula. They win 5 position compared to the start position. Oh! What happened? The Vendaval Simracing team is in the box. It's a crash for the Vendaval Simracing. Whoop, 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 whoop. They lead the race during more than 4 hours and 2 hours before the checkered flag. They crashed the car. Aïe 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 aïe. In sector 2. Maybe we can try to see what happened. We can try. So, what happened? Car is still damaged here. Here too. Okay. The car is nice here. Oh, spin for GCL at the same time, but oh yes, they lose the car before Pouon. Aïe 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 aïe. So now, in the GT3 category, all the cards are still available. Odox Motorsport leads the GT3 category in front of the Buster Racing Team, 71 in front of 30 with 30 seconds ahead. In fourth, it's the slowracing.com with 12 seconds late and 40 seconds behind. It's the Beat Speed Endurance. Blackadder is after. And we lose the GTTempel Racing 2 at the same time. What happened? We have lose. No. Yes, the car is damaged. GTTempel number 2. Oh. The two last hours will be completely different in the GT3 category. Clearly, many of the favorites are out, the leader is out, and now we have 4 cars in the same lap, so clearly many things are possible. The Beat Speed Endurance. So it will be the time for me to go to eat. I come back with you for the last hour of the race. For the moment, you will stay with the different cars and variated camera. So I have to eat, and I come back in for the last hour with you to comment it in live with you. In the last hour we will see when the different driver will pit, and will analyze all the data to have a really clear finish here at Spa for the 6 hours of Spa. See you in few minutes. And we are back for the end of the 6 hour at Spa Francorchamps for the round 2 of ERC Championship 2016, the season 1. And after 5 hours, this is the global ranking. The first, the leader, is the Geko Vortex Simracing with 6 seconds ahead of Niklas Erlm. For the NKH Racing. In third, there is Gunnar Miesen for the GTTempel Racing one. There are 1 lap behind the second, and in fourth there is the Sociedad Racing. We can see that we have lose many teams. We have lose the GCL number 1 and the Endless Motorsport. In 5th position, it's the BSR number 7. They are 1 minute and 50 seconds behind, and in 6th, it's Antim Larousse, who is in the pit lane until 5 or 6 minutes with damage in the rear. It seems they hit the wall, or there is a crash with another car. Cyril Thomas is in the GCL Simracing 2. They are 2 laps behind the GCL 1, and the Infinity Simsport number 1 in the 8th position at 37 seconds. Julien Riboulot is 50 seconds behind the Infinity Simsport at the 9th position. And for the top 10, we can see the 3 Yards Racing 133 with 3 laps back compared to the previous car. Ricardo Ignacio for the Odox Motorsport LMP1 is still in the pit lane, 20 minutes, some contacts, maybe. And the car number 120 is now in 7th place. The GCL number 2 is ahead of the GCL number 1. So the Odox Motorsport is in the pit lane 2. It's DNF. The Fucking Fast is in 12th position in the pit lane now, and the leading car in GT3 is the Odox Motorsport GT3. This Audi is in front of Marco Reich, who overtakes at La Source now the Busters Racing Team, Marco Belfior, with in third in the GT3 category. Donatas Kasperavicius for the Beat Speed Endurance is in the 16th position, and it's 4th in the GT3. The Blackadder Motorsport is in 5th position with Tommy van der Groot, and Ben Geleit is in the Mercedes of the Sliding Shoot Sim Racing. There is only 9 teams between the Blackadder and the Beat Speed Endurance. The Blackadder is clearly faster than the Beat Speed, so normally the Mercedes will overtake the Audi we can see have some damage in the rear wing. Chris Taylor Jr. for the Infinity Sim Sport number 3. Infinity Sim Sport number 3 is in the 7th place. 3 yards 335 in with Steve Martinez. The Mercedes is in 20th position for the moment, in front of Club Canada of Ernie Ludwig. Ernie Ludwig. Is one lap before. Infinity Sim Sport 2. The Black Adair overtake the Beat Speed Endurance. The Black Adair overtake the Beat Speed Endurance now, and they take the 2nd place of the category, and there is only 16 seconds. No, the Black Adair is 4th, and there is 16 seconds between the 3rd place and 3 seconds in addition for the 2nd place. Leading car is maybe more difficult. There is 1 minute and 37 seconds. It could be more difficult. Infinity Sim Sport, so it's P2 in the middle of the GT3, and the slowracing.com with Alan Rosick have some troubles because they are very far of the leading cars. When we leave you 40 minutes ago, they were in the top 3, and now they are in the top 10. Michael Bush with the GTTempel Racing number 2. It seems that there is some damage. 11 minutes in the pit lane. The Viking Motorsport Audi is come back on track. TT Motorsport. Thomas Solberg Larsen. And the Vendaval Simracing team, which is out to the Low Polar Moment Racing number 63 is in the 20th position, and the BMW ASRC 21 is still in the track, actually in the pit lane for a refueling. So what happened to the leading cars? The leading cars, the GCL number 1. What happened? Lap 137, and for the Odox 135. Ooh. For the Odox, it's the pit out lap that some damage. Is the first lap. Ricardo Ignacio take the car just after Robin Suarez Gutierrez. He go out. He realized one lap in 2.8, and after the car was out. It seems in the No, it's not this one. It's another one. It seems they are disconnected. And GCL number 1. Yes, it seems there is a crash for the both car in lap number 133 and lap 138 for the GCL Simracing one. What about the endless Simracing? The Blackadder Motorsport is now in third position. Odox Simracing is in second. And the Buster Racing team is in the pit lane. In prototype 2, it's still Denis Garis who lead the category. Niklas Helm is 11 seconds behind, and Denis Garis is in the pit lane. No, he was at la source. Endless Simracing in the pit lane. Julien Ribolo in the pit lane. And Jason Maréchal take place in the car for the last half an hour. It will be the last stop for the prototype. And it seems there is a problem with the connection. I lose the connection, so I will try to come back. So we are back. Very sorry guys for the inconvenience and for the issue. I need to restart my box. I was disconnected. I lose the connection in the home, so very sorry. So we are back for the last 15 minutes. We will try to resume if we miss something during the disconnection. The BSR number 7 is now in 5. Good performance. GSL Simracing 2 and HPD go over the GLC Simracing 1 and Odox Motorsport. In GT3 class. In GT3 class, it's still number 13, Sanchez. So there is a battle for the first place, as it was when we left. Behind in GT3, it seems. Maybe for the third place there is a battle. Between the Blackadder and the Oaks Simracing. There is 11 seconds between the two cars, but I think the Oaks Simracing WEC is faster than the Blackadder. Oh, there is a car in the... It's the... I don't see who is it. It was at the top of the radio. So unfortunately I lose all the data due to my disconnection, so I don't have the history of all the previous lap, etc. So it could be difficult for me to compare, if to see if there is something interesting during the crash of my connection. So Nika Helm try To come back on Denis Gary's 8 seconds between the two cars. Between 8 and 9 seconds. Both cars are with a similar chrono. 2.09 for the leader, 2.04.9 for the leader, 2 minutes 04.8 for the second. The best lap for the leader is 03.2, 03.4 for the second one. Hmm. 7 seconds between the two first cars in prototype. And I think Dennis Garis will finish this lap, another one, and start the last lap after, so there will be 2 laps in addition, I think, when this one will be finished, because there is only 6 seconds between this car and the previous car. So I think with only 6 seconds he couldn't drive slowly, and we will have a new lap, I think. For the Blackadder. And we will be at the end of this lap in the last lap for the Geko, I think. Not for a lot of time, but we will be, I think, in the last lap. Yeah. He will cross the line with less than 2 minutes. Yes. It's the last lap. Last lap for Dennis Garis. For Niklas Helme. For Gunnar Misen, for the podium for the moment in the prototype, and in GT3 it's the last lap for the Odox Motorsport, for the Oak Simracing, and for the Blackadder. We will keep an eye on the leader. And we are at 20 seconds of the end of the lap, at the end of the race, sorry. And the Geko Vortex Simracing HPD will win for the second time. It's finish. Check a red flag, and Denis arrive in the last chicane, and it's the victory for the Geko Vortex Simracing HPD with 5 seconds ahead of Niklas Helm for the NKH Racing, and in third it's the GTTempel Racing won the prototype. Really nice race here for the GTTempel. In the GT3, the leader is in Blanchimont. He arrived at the bus stop. And it's the victory for the Audi number 71. Audi wins in GT3, Odox, Motorsport, GT3, and Juan José Sanchez win the race. Simracing WEC is coming, and be careful because just behind there is the Black Adair. Only 4 seconds between the two cars. Simracing arrive at the bus stop. They go out, and it's the second place for the number 123. The number 66 is in the third row of the podium, and we have the podium of all the cars. The Sociedad Racing for the bus stop, Jason Maréchal crossed the line, and we have after the Sociedad Racing the BSR 7, we have Cyril Thomas for the GCL Sim Racing 2, and Infinity Sim Sport, Jason Maréchal, as we said, GCL number 1. And everybody is arrived, and the winner, so it's the Geko Vortex for the pictures. At the end they will go. And it's the end. Maybe with the winning car in GT3, the Audi of the Odox Motorsport. And So here is the end of this race, this 6 hour of Spa Francorchamps, the round 2 of ERC Championship Season 1, and I call back the podium with Geko, Vortex, Simracing, NKH Racing and GTTempel Racing 1, numbers 116, 73 and 5, and for the GT3 it's Odox Motorsport, Hawk Racing Wake and Blackadder Motorsport, number 71, 123 and 66. Thank you everybody for watching, thank you to the race director and for all the drivers and the team for the spectacle, and I hope we will see you in 1 month for the third round of the ERT Championship, the third round, sorry, of this championship. I don't remember exactly the location. I don't remember exactly. We'll check. I will check. So it's the Nürburgring on the 13th of August. So thank you everybody for watching, and I will upload the video on demand during the weekend, or it will be available I think on Tuesday, Wednesday maybe, I'm not sure, maybe Tuesday. I will inform you when it will be available. And thank you everybody for watching, and thank you for the racing. Very difficult race today by night. Spa is a huge track, monster of motorsport, and by night, only by night, it won't be very easy to fight here, and all the teams, the 37 teams, do it perfectly. So thank you everybody, and see you soon on Paddock TV. Bye bye.